will reach our parliament. We are just one step until our parliament adopts all the necessary legislation, which will make sure that we will enjoy a better image at the international arena. So thank you very much for your work. I believe that we will bring about this change together. Thank you to the Minister. I will now invite the US Ambassador Robert Gilchrist to say a few introductory words.
Hello to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here, Madam Minister. I see many of my fellow diplomatic colleagues and others. For those of you who don't know me, I am Robert Gilchrist. I am the US Ambassador to Lithuania, and I am gay. And I am proudly gay. And the issue that this conference is about is an issue that I care profoundly about. I want to start by saying that LGBT rights and tolerance and diversity, and including an environment in which every employee is valued and they know that, for companies to undertake policies like that, it's not just the right thing. It makes a lot of sense for so many reasons. It sends a message to LGBT employees that their company is caring and accepting, and in response, those employees will care back. It also sends a message to all staff that bullying and harassment, intolerance and discrimination is not a part of your company culture. It sends a strong message to young people who have different attitudes with regard to LGBT people and inclusion. Many young Lithuanians are leaving Lithuania because they view Lithuania as a very conservative and restrictive environment. And these aren't just LGBT employees, these are, and young people, these are others who want their country to look diverse, who want their country to send a strong message to the world that Lithuania is innovative, that Lithuania is young, and Lithuania is a place where young and innovative companies come to. It's also about branding. In the US, many important companies, particularly in Silicon Valley, innovative and creative firms, they led the way on LGBT rights, and their voices were heard politically in support of partnership benefits. And I will note that it was very surprising over the past year that there were many courageous companies that came forward, including BT, that came forward with regard to LGBT rights and in support of partnership. But voices from business have not been as loud as one would expect. And it's important for Lithuania, as I said, for the branding of your country as a place for innovation. And also, it's important for companies to be transformative. As I said, Lithuania has a long way to go. You're number 35 on the Rainbow Index. Recently, Lithuania showed up as the 20th most happy place in the world. And I think we all aspire to a time when Lithuania is not just 20th in place in terms of the Rainbow Index, but also moves to the top of the list. And the dividends will pay off tremendously. It will pay off in increased investment from companies, from innovative companies. And I will tell you that a number of companies have chosen not to invest here because Lithuania is not seen as being a progressive or inclusive environment. And they want to be able to bring their LGBT employees here, their diverse employees here, and ensure that they're able to operate in an atmosphere of inclusion. And so it's a challenge for Lithuania. And so I certainly hope that as Lithuania moves forward with regard to issues like the civil unions law, that decisions are made with all of this in mind. And I certainly hope that this conference today helps inspire companies to move forward in changing Lithuania and in changing their work environments to be much more inclusive for LGBT personnel and for others. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here for this conference today, and I wish you all great success.
Thank
you to the ambassador. Now the floor goes to Richard Martin Nielsen, representative of the Canadian Embassy.
So
Thank you to LGL for organizing the event, to the Direction Employment. Thank you to Minister Armonaite for her remarks about the challenges she sees, the successes she sees for Lithuania. And thank you to Ambassador Gilchrist for making it so difficult for me to have anything left to say. I knew this was going to happen. First, everything that Ambassador Gilchrist said so well, I would echo. He's already said so much, but I've got a few things left, so please give me a moment. Today, you're going to hear about how to make workplaces more inclusive for LGBTQI people. I want to talk about why. I'm going to give you 2 reasons. First, Canada, like Lithuania, we believe strongly in the promotion and protection of human rights, respect for diversity, and gender equality. These values inform everything we do, both in Canada and internationally. At home in Canada, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, 41 years old in 2 weeks, legally entrenches equal rights for all Canadians. I walk past this poster every time I walk into my office, and it's in English and French. It prohibits discrimination on the basis of the number of grounds, such as race, sex, religion, and disability. In 2005, Canada became the 4th country in the world to legalize same-sex marriage. LGBTQII spouses have access to all the same benefits, equal rights to adoption, and have equal access to assisted human reproductive technologies. All Canadian federal policies and engagements are viewed through a gender-based analysis plus, GBA plus lens, to ensure that they're going to benefit everyone equally, irrespective of their gender. We've made a commitment to ensuring everyone can feel safe, be themselves, regardless of their sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. And as we do at home, Canada advocates strongly for LGBTQII rights around the world. Respect for human rights is a central tenet of our foreign policy, and we affirm these principles are universal and indivisible, and states must respect the human rights of everyone. So you ask, these are nice things for a government to say at the UN or the EU, but why do you have 2 North American diplomats standing up to talk about this today? Why are international businesses spending time here today to talk about it and to recruit? Here's the second reason. It's because apart from being the right thing to do, it makes business sense, as Ambassador Gilchrist put it out there. When you make your organization welcoming, you increase your potential pool of recruits. When you ensure that your organization is inclusive, you retain the people you've recruited and trained. You keep that investment in people. They'll stay with your organization, they'll be loyal to your organization, they'll keep building the strength of your organization. I am not a human resources expert, but I know as a manager that recruiting people and training people takes time and money and effort. The diversity in your workforce helps you reflect and engage with the diversity in society, even if some of that diversity has to choose to be hidden in your society. We want to see, as well as the international companies, and there are Lithuanian companies here, but we want to see Lithuanian companies take better advantage of the diversity you already have here in Lithuania. I've given 2 large strategic reasons for working for inclusion in your workplaces, in your offices. You probably have colleagues or employees who would be your individual, specific reasons to work for that inclusion. You may know their names. You may not know that they are the reasons for you to work for inclusion, because they may not feel ready to tell you. In our mission, we are working to consolidate greater respect for everyone. We want to promote respect for diversity and differences in our own workplace so that everyone feels included. As you participate in today's conference, I hope you'll be thinking about all the reasons why inclusion of LGBTQI people in your workplace is so important. Thank you again to the organizers. Like Ambassador Gilchrist, I'm so honored and proud to be here. I'm so glad that we're having this conversation here today. Thank you.
Ačiū labai. Ir sekančią sveikinimo žodį norėčiau pakviesti Agatą Maksimovską, kuri yra Norvegijos finansinių mechanizmų jaunimo užimtumo fondo operatorius Ecoris Poland atstovė.
She represents Ecoris Poland.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. I'm here representing the fund operator for the EA and Norway Grants Fund for Youth Employment. It's over 60 million euros fund that complements EU funding in contributing to sustainable and quality employment, youth employment in Europe. The fund was created in 2017, and it's been supporting entities that join the efforts to reduce youth unemployment in Europe and support young people, especially those who are not in employment, education, or training. And despite country differences, these young people face similar challenges. Unemployment increases risk of social exclusion, poverty. It also has negative impacts on their lives, well-being, health, and safety. And with COVID-19 crisis, of course, these risks increased even further. But I have to say that all of our projects in the fund have made a tremendous effort to respond to that crisis and to adjust their activities to continue supporting young people in these difficult conditions. And the direct employment project is not an exception here. And we really appreciate the work of all the partners in adjusting their activities and continuing supporting young people during the pandemic. I have to stress that the fund has a strong focus on supporting vulnerable groups. These can be young people living in remote areas, people with disabilities, migrants, but of course also members of LGBTI community. So we are very happy to have LGL on our board and among our project partners, and it's very important that you address the specific needs this community have. And I would like to stress this, myself being Polish and being bisexual, it's also a part of my experience. And we in the fund also acknowledge all the barriers that vulnerable groups have apart from being unemployed or in a difficult life situation. So I would like to stress that it's very important that you support this group that faces specific barriers, and that you try to make society sensitive to the problems of homophobia and discrimination, because it's very important that workplace is safe for all vulnerable groups and for LGBTI community among them. I was a project expert for this project in the initial phase, and I'm very happy to be here with my colleague Ella to see the final results of the project. And saying this, I would like to wish you all a nice conference and a great time. Thank you.
Ačiū labai. Na ir finaliniam svarbiam žodžiui sveikinimui norėčiau pakviesti organizatorių Vladimirą Simonko, kuris atstovauja nacionalinę LGBT teisių ir jis yra organizacijos vadovas.
Vladimirą Simonko, the manager of the National LGBT rights organizations, LGL, and the organizer of this conference. Conference participants living and working without compromising one's true identity is a fundamental human right. However, gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender people are still forced in their working places, stay invisible. Therefore, they feel out of place. In 2004, when we started talking about a more open and inclusive working environment within the framework of Equal International Project, many people with a non-heterosexual orientation felt that they had to hide their identity. In some cases, in their family and friends, but especially in their workplaces. Today, I am happy and proud that we have gathered to share best practices of inclusion in progressive companies that not only meet the minimum requirements of the rights to non-discrimination, but they also provide all the conditions for LGBT employees to feel fully fledged members of their teams. We can already celebrate Pride events with our colleagues in our workplaces. 5 years ago, this seemed impossible in Lithuania. I thank all the partners of this conference, especially the European Economic Area and Norwegian Grants, Youth Employment Fund, the Canadian Embassy Office, and the Nordic Council of Ministers Office in Lithuania, who are funding this event. I thank all the speakers, and this is the event, the first event of those leading towards the Baltic Pride next year. Thank you, and I wish all of us lots of inspiration and new insights in our journey of diversity and equality. Thank you, everyone, for your warm words. I have been touched.
Ačiū labai. Na ir pradėkime iš tikrųjų su pagrindiniu pranešimu šiandien. Kodėl yra svarbu būti LGBT+ sąjungininkų darbo vietoje. Ir noriu pristatyti pranešėją Karina Arlauskaitė, Moody's Corporation korporatyvinės komunikacijos grupės vyresnioji komunikacijos strategė. Dirbantį Vilniuje, ji yra atsakinga už Moody's Investor Service ir Moody's Analytics vidaus ir vadovų bendradarbiavimą. 2021 metais prisijungusi prie Moody's, Karina ėmėsi įvairovės ir įtraukties vertybėmis ir buvo viena iš Diversity and Inclusion komiteto, vėliau tapusi Moody's verslo išteklių grupės steigėja. Kviečiu pranešimą.
One of the founders focused on mobilizing employees to focus on the values of diversity and inclusion, and was one of the founders of the DE committee.
And share what we have learned so far, and continue learning from others. So, hello everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here with you all, and thank you LGL for organizing this event. You know, it's a really big step for us to make our workplaces more inclusive. And during today's presentation, I'm going to speak about a few things. But firstly, I want to say shortly about me. I'm Karina. I'm a senior communication strategist. And in my communications role, I work closely with Moody's employees to help them to cascade the messages that they have across various levels, departments, and also work closely with our senior leaders. And I help them with their visibility, internal, external. I also help to cascade their messages to the audiences. But if you follow me, there's nothing related to D&I in my work. Like what I'm going to present to you, you will hear that later on, why is this so important. And moving to today's agenda, here we go. I'm going to speak about the importance of the allyship. And during this presentation, we will discover the meaning of an ally and what allyship means as well. Then we will move to understand why it is so important in the workplace. Of course, we will touch a bit based on our global and local practices at Moody's. And lastly, we will take a look at the things that we can all do together in order to be better allies in the workplace. Well, I wonder, but I assume that you might have some questions, so I'm really happy to address them at the end of the presentation. Let's kick it off with the meaning of ally and allyship. I really struggle to understand, like, how can I translate LGBTQ plus ally into Lithuanian? Every time I have a discussion with someone and I need to say that in Lithuanian, it's become so difficult. What I'm going to say, LGBT sąjungininkas, ambassadorius, or whatever, it just don't fit the real meaning for me. So I'm still looking for that correct word in Lithuanian, so if anyone knows how I can really translate it, I'm really happy to hear that from you. But actually, what we mean by LGBTQ plus ally, ambassador, so it's a heterosexual colleague who commits of being a supporter of and advocate for LGBTQ plus individuals in the workplace, in attitude, perception, and behavior. And I want to stress this out, attitude, perception, and behavior. Well, LGBTQ plus allies, they stand up for LGBT community, they care for the people, they fight for equal rights, and they know that it's really important. This is a long journey. People who are allies, they fight for any homophobic, transphobic behavior. And often people that are allies, they constantly educate themselves because they believe we all should have equal rights, right? And I consider myself an ally because I firmly believe we all should have equal rights, regardless of our sexual orientation, race, religion, or gender. And now I just want to stress out again a few things, a few examples that are real examples of an LGBTQ plus ally. So first of all, I will speak up if I hear discriminatory language about the LGBT community. I will use my voice. And I will challenge misinformation that is held about commonly held stereotypes about LGBT community. And lastly, I visibly support LGBT community in various circumstances. Because what I want to do, I want to create a safe environment where people can feel themselves. They want to be their true, authentic selves. And you might be wondering, like, all right, so how does this connect with the workplace? And moving to the workplace, well, actually, it deals a lot. So once we talk about the workplace, you know, we have so many things around us, like, for example, public opinions, some small group attacks. They have a tangible impact on vulnerable groups. And LGBT community is still that vulnerable group. And that's why we need to have this discussion. We need to talk about allyship. And, you know, allyship is kind of one of the most effective and most sustainable ways to fight discrimination in the workplace. And why? Well, first of all, and above all, it creates a safe environment for LGBTQ people. The discrimination just cannot go unnoticed, and people can feel themselves being there, feeling themselves. And finally, it benefits and includes us all. It's part of all of us. So if we want to be in a place where we all belong, we all commit to some bigger purpose, we need to be allies, and we all need to feel safe. Allies are people simply who actually do many things, and what they do, in most particularly, they fight for equal rights. So in the workplace, what they do, they fight for equal work opportunities, they fight for equal rights, they fight for the safe environment, and they fight against bias and fear. And it's a simple thing, again, but we just need compassionate, empathetic, intelligent, and dedicated allies to feel safe. And just moving forward a little bit, I want to speak about Moody's, what we're doing globally and locally. Well, Moody's have around 11,000 employees globally, but does this mean that what we are doing globally takes us part of it? So that's why I will distinguish between two things. At Moody's, we are trying to be a place, a safe environment, but you know, our strategy is kind of focusing on a few things, because we believe that our services and the quality we deliver in our work depends on different people, different backgrounds, meaning that we want to encourage people to come and feel good at our place, at our workplace. And once we do that, we try to understand how we can attract, retain, and nurture our talents. And it's a big journey, and we are trying to do that, and we're also trying to help our communities in which we operate, just to make sure that these communities that we are in, we're doing enough for the allyship. And we always try to attract even those 11,000 employees to our initiatives that we are holding at Moody's. But in particular, Moody's globally, what do? Well, first of all, we advocate for equal LGBTQ rights for all employees, whether those include benefits or tax equalization. We do that. Moving forward, of course, we educate our employees on LGBTQ topics constantly, whether those are webinars, seminars, external events, best practices, or even any other events. We do that. And then we constantly work with our senior leaders. We try to cascade the feedback that we receive from our employees, what we are having, how we are feeling, so they can form the diversity and inclusion strategy for our employees. And part of it, we also closely work with HR, so we have our attraction and retention goals that are also D&I related. And moving further, we try to nurture that safe environment that I've been speaking about a lot. We try to make that people who are coming, they're feeling well in our workplace. And of course, lastly, we try to network with our employees internally and externally. Because sometimes, this work environment, it's not always the place where we all can connect. Sometimes we need just to go somewhere outside to connect more and, just to discover things that we haven't knew about the person. Because we are opening more once we are meeting externally. But all this is about Moody's globally. But now I want to dedicate a few minutes to talk about Moody's Lithuania. We are still trying to follow our example. Of course, we are a global company, we need to follow. But there's something else. You see 9 people here, 9 volunteers, people who dedicate their extra time and be part of our community and be part of our inclusion group. Those people can take an extra mile just to make sure our workplace is a safe and inclusive place. As you can see from our titles, none of our positions are related. We all work in different positions, but we all focus on D&I, meaning that if this is something about D&I and we want to have an extra day for that, we will probably gonna have it. And just to move forward, I want to speak a little bit about our journey, how everything started and how that went. Moody's Lithuania next week, gonna celebrate its 4th birthday. And our committee, also about the similar time, about in April, but just 2021, it's been established only. So we just started our journey. And why I'm stressing this out? Because at that time, we were coming back from the pandemic. We were trying to connect somehow. We were trying to come back to the office because we spent so much time being at home. And what we did, well, we're really grateful for our country head, Mariano, who just gathered a few volunteers. I said, look, do you want to do something? And we were like, yes, we actually want to do something. And we couldn't really know how we are going to do that because, just a group of volunteers. A few people joined, what are we going to do? We understood there's a big problem around us. We have this issue. We need to speak more about LGBTQ plus community, and we need to educate our employees. This is the first step, what we can do. Because our employees is the closest thing we can reach for the moment, and we can educate. So what we did? Well, 2021 was about, educating. So that included webinars, seminars, roundtable discussions. We worked with Diversity Charter, LGL, and everyone just, to teach our employees. And what happened? Well, little by little, as those events started to happen, We noticed not many people joined, of course, not many people joined. But as we continued doing our effort, numbers eventually increased. People started to open up. People started to ask questions. People started to open their cameras, be visible, and express themselves. And this kind of, was a big thing for us. Then we moved to the Inclusion Day that also was held the same year, and we also, with other companies from Lithuania Business Service environment, we supported also LGBTQ plus regulation that we wanted to express, that we want to commit to express our values and say, like, we are here, we stand for LGBTQ community and want to show that we stand for same-sex marriage in Lithuania. And taking all this into consideration, it built a nice foundation for us for making bigger steps forward. And moving forward the next year, so January 2022, from our volunteer group, we became something more official. We became a business resource group, so others might know this as employee resource groups, or I know, still ambassadors, but something more official that has an impact in the company. So meaning that this group of volunteers that have been doing all the things in Lithuania now have a voice in a global strategy. And yeah, we moved around, and then we were going for the Baltic Pride. This is the big step that we were trying to prepare for. And also during the same year, we had the Inclusion Day. It was another big important event for us, where we spoke about our mental health and how it is important, and also taking into consideration that we are coming back from a pandemic. We're having all these LGBTQ plus issues around us, and also, geopolitical risks. Everything around us. So we needed to speak about that. And this is how we distinguished our strategy, that we are going to focus on LGBTQ+, disabilities, gender equity, and cultural diversity. Things moved further, and now I just want to show you a nice and short memory of what I call true allyship at Moody's Lithuania. And I hope it works.
Selector, rewind selector, rewind selector. Rewind selector, rewind selector, rewind selector.
Well, actually, every time I see this video, I still feel those goosebumps on my skin, I'm just feeling like we actually living our values, and we have many people with us who are supporting those values together. And just to give a bit of the context, many people here with us at the Baltic Pride from Moody's were in the Pride for the first time. Well, they were actually here for the first time, and they live it, and they want to continue doing that with us. But now that we saw some examples of us, I just want to move to the last part of my presentation and talk about how we can all be better allies in our workplace. And not only our workplace, it's actually also takes our personal life, so it can be amplified, definitely. And talking about that, we want to create a nice journey also for other people to feel welcome, to be part of our inclusive workplace. And here are some steps that we can take all together. So, of course, we need to educate ourselves about LGBTQ community issues, problems, and we need to constantly ask questions. We need to question ourselves, because if we think that we know everything, we definitely don't. There are still many issues that we haven't thought about. And also, it's not always up to us to learn everything. Sometimes we need to ask for help. So whether this is NGO help or any other, yes, we need experts in the field who can support us and who can help us. And then we need to, of course, secondly, acknowledge and work on our implicit biases. There are so many biases, and we need to work on that. And we need to apologize for the mistakes we made, if we still have that chance. I mean, people remember things, so if we have the possibility to apologize, definitely we need to do that. And we need to be empathetic, non-judgmental, and respect people's privacy. Sometimes people, they don't want to just open up directly. Sometimes we need to give time. And eventually people will feel well and they will open up. Just respect their privacy and their thoughts. Of course, the fourth thing, we need to challenge anti-LGBTQ+ remarks and jokes. And by saying that we need to speak up, we need to have our voice, we need to be heard. And of course, if we stay silent in some situations, we're trying to foster this behavior, and we continue that. So it's not to be silent, it's just about speaking up. And we need to do everything to create that welcoming environment for everyone. If we see some issues are happening, we need to do something. So, and it's of course up to also senior leaders to see how everything is going in the company, how we can transform it into a better place. And sixth is to create or join, because some of the companies are already having, others still not. So to create and build teams that actually working for equal rights. We're trying to see what are nuances we are still having in our company, how we can fight our stereotypes, our biases, what we can do all together. And it's a really good thing. As from our example, our inclusion group, it's a thing that I'm really proud of, and I'm really happy about them, because it's a team that comes from various departments, and they benefit us all, because they cascade the information from various teams, whether this is HR, whether it's leadership development, communications, any other benefits. We connect all that information into one place, and this is how we can take actions to move further. And also, simple thing that already probably many global companies are doing, start using pronouns. It's a simple thing and not so difficult to implement. And honesty and openness are the key tools to be effective allies. And as I mentioned, we need those empathetic, non-judgmental, intelligent people who can support everything. And we need those allies, we need those people. Why? Because it creates a better environment for all of us. And, we need to encourage all the others to follow our example, to join us and be together. Because it's all about safety, belonging, and the culture. And well, with this, I would like to conclude and say, being an ally is kind of a human nature, we need to be all together, and regardless of our sexual orientation, race, gender, we need to all fight for better tomorrow, for equal rights, for being just treated with respect and dignity. And maybe allyship could sound like a big commitment, but it's a long life commitment, and it's worth taking it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ačiū labai. gal kokių nors klausimų, Karinai?
Thank you. Have you got any questions to Karina? Are there any questions from the audience? This would be a good opportunity. We had an excellent presentation. Karina also shared her experience. So thank you very much to Karina.
We will
now have a 2-minute technical break because we need to prepare the stage. So please stay in the room. We will continue shortly. We will now start our discussion. The topic of the discussion is open at work. That is discussion on inclusive work.
English-speaking speakers. So I would like to invite Eglė Stanilionė, Bitė Lietuva Human Resources Ambassador and head of a team. Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I would like to invite Andreas Nielsen, who is actually a senior advisor on LGBTI questions and diversity and inclusion. Welcome. And I would like to invite Mikos Ozols, Accenture Baltics project control analyst, and he is as well leading the Pride Alley team. So maybe you can present yourselves a little bit in 2-3 sentences. Why are you here and what do you do in your teams?
So hello everyone, my name is Eglė. I'm representing Bitė Lithuania, and actually I'm proud that I'm working in a company which treats all families like families, because maybe you already heard and today that we made one more step in Lithuania, and we are encouraging all other business in Lithuania to do this step also, because it is really easy and it helps people and Lithuania communities. So I'm representing HR department and I'm part of the great company.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm so happy to be here. My name is Andreas Nielsen. I'm representing the Nordic Council of Ministers. And I am here because in 2020, the Nordic Council of Ministers for Gender Equality decided to add LGBT plus inclusion to their portfolio. And just to make sure that you all know what the Nordic Council of Ministers is, it's sort of the intergovernmental cooperation body of the Nordic countries, Finland, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and Iceland, and Greenland, the Faroe Islands, and the Åland Islands. And what I'm hoping to share with you today is some of the Nordic experiences in terms of promoting LGBT plus inclusion in the workspace, both in terms of legislation and also in terms of specific company initiatives. So I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, so I'm Mikos Ozols. I'm from Riga. I represent Accenture Baltics, which is an IT consulting company. I am a project control service analyst, but I'm also leading an ERG called Pride Ally Core Team. And our main responsibilities are basically to inform our colleagues about LGBT topics, also help our company change some things in the company, like, for example, okay, maybe we'll talk about it later. But yeah, so basically I'm leading this ERG since 2 years now. And in Accenture I have been working also for 4 years, so quite new.
Thank you. So we can start with Egle. You already mentioned about your new initiative, which you have right now for unmarried couples. Could you tell a little bit more about that? So what actually you really did in your organization?
Actually, the decision came from our employees, because we heard a lot of ideas that in Lithuania we should move forward much more faster. And actually in my company already till this loud saying to all the country that we think that all the families are families, we already feel that we can treat each other equally, and there is no matter what is your sexual orientation, are you living in marriage or you just living in partnership. So we decided to support our employees, to support our country, and to speak quite loudly and legalize this partnership, because actually every family is family, and it's only matter, it's two adult peoples who have maybe children, maybe they do not have these children, but they still treat themselves as a family. So why we have let someone else to decide which families are real families and which are not real families. So in BITA we think that each family must be treated as a family, and only these two people can make a decision, because they are building them relationship, they showing for each other trust, they are building this relationship with honestly, with love, with emotional support. So it's only these people can make this decision, then they become family or not. So what we made in BITA Lietuva at the moment, we asking only declarate your status. That means that we are not asking any papers. There is no need to have law suggestions from the court. It's enough to write an email to HR department that, hello people, I am living with my family, I have 2 children, age is this and that's enough. You will receive all the benefits which till this declaration was available only for married couples. So that means that additional vacations, additional months if you are adopting child or your partner is giving a birth. So we are treating everyone equally.
Very good. This is very good initiative. Thank you for that. Moving to Andreas, so maybe you can share a little bit about the strategy where the Nordic Ministers' Council is going right now in terms of LGBTQ plus questions, and what's the way forward right now?
Yes, thank you. First, I want to say that it's really remarkable, and we have seen that in the Nordic countries as well, that businesses sort of don't feel like they can wait any longer on political initiatives, so they go ahead like you have done and just implement the changes that they feel like are necessary, and I think that's remarkable. And from the perspective of the Nordic countries, it has a good effect when sort of the governments and the companies and the businesses they sort of encourage each other. They keep each other in check. You know that you have somebody always being the front runner, hoping then that the other will follow. I mean, from the perspective of the Nordic countries and the Nordic cooperation on LGBT+, we also see the same data as previous speakers have referred to, that the lack of LGBT+ inclusion in the workplace lead to feelings of discrimination, people experience harassment, inappropriate jokes, inappropriate questions. And Nordic data shows that this leads then to more frequent job changes. It leads to lower salary over the lifetime period. And you see that specifically for the trans community, there is even a risk of poverty due to these factors. And it's a clear, like the previous speakers have said, it's a clear business case also that you wanna be an attractive workplace, an inclusive workplace, because you wanna be able to retain and recruit from the whole pool. And this is why LGBT plus inclusion in the workplace is also a focus area for the Nordic Ministers for Gender Equality and LGBTI. And the Icelandic presidency this year has initiated a project to sort of map out what are the good experiences in the Nordic countries in terms of workplace inclusion, with a specific focus on the trans community and the trans experience, to sort of broaden the scope and to promote the best solutions that are out there. If I may add one more point, now that you referred to sort of the family perspective, and I understand in Lithuania you're sort of debating the civil union question. And of course, over the years, as marriage equality has been implemented in the Nordic countries, there's also been this sort of the question of the slippery slope. What will happen next if we allow for marriage equality? And I want to say that this is very relevant also in terms of labor market inclusion, because you feel like when you hear about the slippery slope, what will be the next if we initiate LGBT plus inclusive policies? It is a slippery slope, but it's a slippery slope into a skilled labor force. It's a slippery slope into a qualified and a competitive labor market. It's a slippery slope into financial growth, and at the end of the day, a slippery slope into a society that acknowledges human rights. So I think that's, like the previous speakers, I just want to emphasize that point, that it makes sense. There is really no sort of downside of initiating these policies. From my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. Mikus, let's switch to Latvia, to Accenture, and can you share a little bit your experience and how did you start the group, and what are your ideas and visions, what you're currently doing?
The whole initiative actually started from just one person's idea. This person actually comes from Canada, so came a colleague from Canada and said that, hey, we need something like this also in Latvia. And so in Accenture, it basically was like one person's initiative to just open up for conversation and so on. And that was 2015. And then when there was Baltic Pride 2018 in Riga, then the whole idea about creating a group actually dedicated to Pride topic, to LGBT topics, came up, and then we also created this employee research group, which I'm now also leading, just as a support for preparing for Pride, basically like that. And Accenture is proud to be the first company in Latvia to go on a Pride, and hopefully we have managed to inspire other companies also to do the same in the next Pride. Regarding what we have done as a team, as a group, we also have introduced the partnership benefits and so on. So you can ask for insurance policy to take out for your partner, the same also for parent leave and so on. We have created, so we have these badges to get in the company and so on. And these lanyards, which are holding the badges, so you can have, if you're an ally, then you can have it in a rainbow color to represent that you are an ally. And we have noticed that this visual representation really helps to promote this inclusive environment. People really feel more open to talk to you about any topic, and so they don't hide that much. Also, we tried to change, not tried, but we did, we changed the advertisement text for when you create, for when new employee is looking for Accenture, then they see this ad for the role, and there is this disclaimer that Accenture is an LGBT-friendly company, and you have to take that in account if you want to join. So basically, something like that. Not in these certain words, but the statement is there. Now we are trying to make the workplace more inclusive. The plan is to have gender-neutral toilets, and the same is also regarding business etiquette. So we have like this scripture of what we should wear or so, and it was really gendered. So men should wear this, women should wear this, and we are trying to also make it gender neutral. So to go away from men, women, but in general. So yeah, that's basically what we have done and what we are focusing on.
Thank you, Mikus. Andreas mentioned about the slippery slope. So how is your journey after these changes in BITE? What did you see? What did you feel? How is it going on?
Actually, we had a lot of support from leavers who left already company. They came back and said, "Oh, guys, you did a great job."
And we get the job back.
Actually, we got some comeback to work with us. And the main news was that all our employees accepted this change. And we have 100% support from employees. And what we did more, we actually encouraging other companies to do the same, because if we will support each other, maybe the Lithuania country, as a country, will make faster decisions and make faster changes. So we hope that there will be more.
Thank you, Egle. Mikus, did you feel any impact of slippery slope or change in the organization after you're implementing these things, what you have just recently told about?
Well, we have it's really hard to quantify these things because from HR perspective, we are actually not allowed to disclose your sexuality and so on. But from personal experience, from my personal view and experience, I myself also came out as a gay man just because of this initiative, and I feel that a lot of people feel really open to talk about these things, and there is also this research done that at least more than 50% feel the problem that you have to hide stuff from around your people regarding your sexuality or so, that impacts your capability to work productively. And since I have came out, I feel more free to talk, not to hide anything, and don't think about, okay, what my next sentence is going to be like that. From new employees' perspective, when we have new allies joining, I always ask, like, okay, so how did you find about Accenture and so on? And we have had many comments regarding that, oh, we saw you on Pride, and I felt like this is an amazing company, and they wanted to join just because they know that we are open and diverse company. Yeah, so I think that's a plus for us. And regarding also the attrition and so, people feel more comfortable staying in the company and not leaving. Also, yeah.
Andreas, we always say here in the Baltics that we are very young countries. We now calculate 30 plus years, but you in Nordics have a longer experience of LGBT plus inclusive work. So why is it good to be an inclusive company? What do the Nordic companies say about it?
Well, I think for all the reasons that we have already discussed in terms of being an attractive company, to be able to recruit, to be able to retain, and I think especially this applies in sort of the EU context that we are sort of navigating in. If you want to be able to recruit within the EU, a question like family policy matters a lot. If you have a same-sex spouse in one country and that marriage or your parenthood is not automatically recognized to the same extent in the country where you're moving, then it matters very, very much to know that your company has your back. So those are obviously some of the things, and I think that we've seen in the Nordic countries over the years with the implementation of comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation that it matters to be that LGBT plus people are explicitly protected against discrimination in the legislation. You have historically there's been an anti-discrimination legislation in the Nordic countries where you would where the courts would somehow have to interpret trans protection under the ground of gender, for instance. It's been sort of unclear, and some cases have. In some cases, trans employees have been protected, and in some cases not. And mostly, there's been now an implementation of comprehensive protection in the Nordic countries now. And I just want to say that matters. It matters for LGBT plus employees to be able to go and look in the Anti-Discrimination Act and see, am I protected? I have experienced something negative at work. Am I protected? If I go to my union and need help, it matters that I can point to the legislation and say, look here, it says, on the basis of gender identity, I should be protected against discrimination, harassment, and I feel those are the things, and especially now that we talk about sort of visibility in the workplace, it's also because what happens or what can happen is that you feel alone with your negative experiences. If there is no support network, if there is no group of allies within your company, then it's an uphill battle that you have to fight yourself. And then luckily there are organizations like LGL and where you can seek advice and such. But what we've also seen on the individual level in many of the Nordic countries is that when you have personally experienced something negative in the workplace, you can go to your union, and maybe your union is not really skilled in LGBT plus inclusion, so they'll be like, oh, that's very difficult. You know, one this and the other, and then you have to fight that battle yourself, and that's not how it's supposed to be. So I think it really matters when you have these sort of different approaches. You have some top-down initiatives where from the leadership level you want to show that you are an inclusive workspace, and then you have bottom-up initiatives where the colleagues unite in an allyship program and such. And I want to say that what we've seen in many of the Nordic companies that have successfully worked with LGBT plus inclusion is that a variety of strategies matter, because sometimes sometimes it's great for the queer employees to be there and help define what initiatives should we take in these companies, and sometimes it's incredibly helpful that there is a manager with the highest possible rank who says, we want to be an LGBT plus inclusive workspace. Like you said, with the disclaimer, this is an LGBT plus inclusive workspace. enter at own risk. And I mean, it really matters because then you know, then when you apply, you know that, okay, I can feel at home here. And I mean, your non-queer colleagues will also know that, okay, this is good to know. And that will lead me to my final point, maybe that being an LGBT plus inclusive workspace is good for everybody. It's not just good for the LGBT plus employees. Rigid gender norms hurts us all. I mean, it's even if you're as straight and cis as they come, it's unpleasant to be in a workspace with rigid gender norms where you have to police yourself on what you're wearing and how you're expressing yourself and your mannerisms and all that. So, yeah. So I want to just say that the potential is huge if you succeed in a variety of strategies.
Very good, Andreas. We can continue on this with Mikus then, because you talked about the strategy, Andreas, that the company should have something in the strategy and how they take it forward, and there should be a few ways of how the companies could do that. So how the diversity and inclusion principles are implemented in the strategy and, let's say, strategic goals of the company? Do you have it anyhow placed at Accenture Baltics or on the global Accenture level?
Yeah, so on global Accenture level, we have this strategy to increase the ally count by 15% of all employees. Baltics have almost reached this goal. We are around 10% of all employees allies. So we are working on that. Other strategic goals, at this point, I'm not going to be the right person to answer this. I'm more focusing on our own goals. And for us, so the major point is taken from global regarding the allyship count. Other goals are creating educational and entertainment events per quarter, which we are then we scheduled at the beginning of fiscal year. We brainstorm, okay, what we could do, and then set this plan for the whole year, and then execute it during each quarter, basically like that. Usually in Accenture, regarding these events, we have two main events, which are Diversity Week, which happens usually at the beginning of March, during which each day is dedicated for a separate diversity topic, as women's rights, people with disabilities, then LGBT topic, also cross-cultural topic, and mental health, which is also a big thing in Accenture now. And the second event is usually during Pride Month in June, so it's also a whole week dedicated to Pride. There we work together with our Nordic colleagues, actually, and then each day is dedicated for each country, basically, to represent something or share information on LGBT topics. Yeah.
Thank you, Mikus. Now we come to Egle, because you're closer to the management. So, can you share how are your strategies, including the diversity and inclusion topic, and do you have some strategical goals in the organization yourself?
So, of course, we have rights in the paper written down that all we equal, and that's okay if you're from LGBT or you have different point of view. So the first step is done. We do not have such remarks how many employees should be from LGBT, but on the other hand, there is no matter what is your sexual orientation. We're treating all our employees equally, and they are speaking up quite like a normal manner. So I think this is the most important thing, that employees are feeling good to be honest with colleagues. We do not write down the numbers, but we are writing down our values. So this is the main news from our side, that our values is really important, and if you have deep values, so everyone will have an opportunity to treat himself as he wants, and there is no matter how you are dressing, who are you living with, are you raising your own children or you adopted them. So equality is most important.
Thank you. Andrea, so we have been talking about Nordics as a very good example for the Baltic countries because you have a longer history, but I think you still have some challenges in the labor market, so in terms of diversity and inclusion. So what are the main challenges you currently face in the Nordics, and how the companies, and how do you help to face it?
Yeah, so in the Nordic countries, the data that we have on the Nordic level and on the various national levels still show that there are some of the challenges that I laid out in the beginning, that we still have LGBT plus employees that experience discrimination and harassment and social exclusion to a larger extent than the rest of than their colleagues, basically. There are some interesting things that happen when you sort of divide it into look at different industries, and also you look at the different subgroups within the LGBT plus community. For instance, in the Nordic data, we see that trans people and bisexual people are a lot more at risk for exclusion in the workplace and in the labor market. And those are some of the issues that we at the Nordic level hope to shed a light on with this new project that Iceland has taken the initiative to start, because when you look at that data, it shows these differences, and it also highlights that maybe we need to be more specific in the strategies than we thought we would have to, and those are some of the things that we would need to follow up on. Also, when you look at different industries, there are also different challenges. So the tendency is that the bigger companies, the global companies, they tend to be at the forefront when it comes to adopting LGBT plus inclusive policies and such, and maybe smaller companies and more locally based companies have that to a much lesser extent, and we still see that in general it's still very few companies that write explicitly about LGBT plus identity in their personnel policies, and obviously. I guess to many, what we sort of hear is that for many it can, if you haven't worked with LGBT plus inclusion before, it can feel kind of dangerous to suddenly start writing about sexual orientation and gender identity in your HR materials. But I think the point in terms of strategies is also that it's better to do something than to do nothing. I mean, if you're a small company, or if you don't have the capacity to adopt a very progressive sort of family policy and parental leave policy, that's of course also okay, because at the end of the day it should be the government that made sure that you would be compensated if when you have children in whatever constellation. But my point is just that all companies can be better at being explicit about how LGBT plus employees are covered. So when you read the policy on parental leave, you have to be explicit so that all families are sort of reflected in there, so that it's not that as a co-mother, then you would have to sort of guess, am I here's his mother and father, and these are the rights of the father, these are the rights of the mother, and as a co-mother, would I have to am I the father here, or am I, you know, and just being explicit about it helps a lot for LGBT plus employees to see that, okay, we are here. There might be an issue with the rights, obviously, the right to parental leave, but that's also a political thing. But just the fact that you are visible in there, that you don't have to sort of guess, and you don't have to try and apply yourself as a straight couple, that makes a big difference. And also just write it explicitly. We had the example of uniforms and gender-specific uniforms. Be specific about what it is, so that your employees know, and what are the things that you expect, but also so that the company, and that's what we see, that the companies, when they start to write out the specificities on regarding the LGBT plus employees, they also start to reflect on it. Okay, so I mean, we have HR departments asking in these research pieces. They are like, many of them don't know what are the rights of the co-mother. They will have to go and look that up, and that means that if you start that journey somewhere within your company, and you start to reflect on it, then the probability is also much higher that you will at some point reach the conclusion of, hey, maybe we should do something about it. And I think that's an important point to make, that it's better to start somewhere, because I mean, it can be a little intimidating when you if you would compare your own company to a company that has gone with such a progressive policy.
Thank you. Mikos, what are the main challenges for implementing or working on diversity and inclusion questions in your organization? Are there any?
Well, I think the main challenge is for all businesses, for all companies, the financing. So if you have a good connection with leadership or so, then everything works fine. And if you can sell the idea, then it works even better. But regarding, I think, I don't know, I assume everywhere people are the same, and the brain power is really the key, and just need to tap into it and really ask people to support in sharing ideas and brainstorming and creating events and so on. So it all comes down just to our colleagues, to the people themselves, to be proactive and do stuff, and then the rest just comes after. So yeah, I guess I'm not sure if there is really much blockage, how to say it. Just need to do stuff and know how to promote, sort of like that.
Any challenges in Bita, and how do you do all the paperwork in HR when it comes to the diversity inclusion topics?
Actually, biggest challenge was to start. Just to start, because we were sitting with my colleagues and discussing that we should do this, and we thought that will be a huge project, a lot of things that we will need to find out new solutions. But actually, when we started to write down everything on the paper, what we find out that it's quite easy. Actually, you do not need to create new rules. What you need to declarate your thoughts. And as I said previously, if someone wants to declarate his family status, it's enough just to write an email. We are not doing any paperwork. It's similar if someone is living in a family, in a marriage, for example, or without marriage, the paperwork is same. We're only asking to declarate that you have your family, you have your children, that's it. So you do not have to implement some more rules. What you need to think what would be easier for your employees, and then paperwork will be just a small part.
I don't believe in you. We're a very legal country here in Lithuania, so everything has to be documented. And when the tax inspection comes in and say, okay, so these are people getting some benefits in kind, so you should be taxed in addition. Do you face those challenges sometimes?
Actually, we are taxing everything, but you know, it's easy to work when we have systems working for us. So I don't think that should be an issue. It's only in our minds.
But I hear that you actually are paying additional taxes as an organization,
Yes.
for the things, for the benefits, of which maybe some benefits are not taxable for employees. Can it be so?
I think that we can't change tax law in Lithuania.
The
but
minister has gone, so.
unfortunately. But then you can't count every cent. You need to do something more if you want to get more from them. Because actually we find out, and there are a lot of interesting studies in the world made, that companies who have better inclusion, also they are getting more benefits from the clients, and they getting more monies to share with employees.
Thank you. Andreas, how is it with taxation in Nordics? I mean, do you have any benefits for these additional benefits not taxed? Do you know about it? You know, just to how to make more companies to add those benefits? Because of course it's an additional cost for every single organization to implement those changes.
Tax policy is not my field of expertise, so I will have to be a little bit blurry on that. But what we hear from companies and from the LGBT plus organizations working with companies is also just as you point out, that there are obviously some things that are expensive to adopt, some policies that are expensive to adopt, and that's something that you will have to decide as a company whether or not you feel like that inclusive measure is something that you can afford, and that's also why I think it's important to highlight that there are, I mean, different strategies to get started. But what we hear, at least from the bigger companies, is that at the end of the day, that's not an issue. I mean, all things considered, it is a relatively a small group of employees that would be positively and very positively affected by these things. But that's obviously up to the individual company. I think the point is, like I said before, also to just sort of start mapping out what are the options, and I want to encourage companies that want to work with this to seek out help in the form of the LGBT plus organizations, the LGL, that work with this, because they know what are the challenges that queer employees experience, and they also know sort of what matters the most. If you are a company of whatever size, and you have sort of these potential initiatives at your disposal, then seek out help to figure out where should we start, what matters the most. Should we start by organizing and participate in the local pride? Is that what would make the most sense, or is it family policy that's particularly relevant to our employees? Because I think the whole point is to make it as impactful as possible, and to make sure that you are in fact getting the target group on board. That you're not. I mean, that you look to a company like Accenture, and then you're like, okay, we want to adopt the same things, but make sure that this is something that your employees would also find relevant. And be inspired. There's a multitude of different initiatives to take out there, but I think that what we see in the Nordic organizations and what they advise their sort of national companies is take the steps that are needed. Because that's how you make the most impact, and that's also because at the end of the day, that's also important to businesses. That's also how you make the most impact with sort of maybe the least cost.
So, Mikos, continuing with the diversity and inclusion and innovations, is there any way how the diversity and inclusion help companies to innovate better? And have you heard any good examples in your global organization or local one about the innovation? Because of course the diversity helps some things.
Well, again, I can only say general things. We all know that diverse teams create diverse things, and for us as an IT company, we really need to be prepared to create diverse and very inclusive applications, for example, for when it comes to user interface or so. We need to think about how different people see differently the things, and if we have a rigid team of I don't want to say cis white male, then you will only get application which is designed for this group, sort of. But if you have a diverse team, then it's easier to implement these changes. So when the ideation process is coming, then people can give their opinions on what should be included, what should be removed or so, and how should be stuff written, and also like that. Yeah, that's from business point of view, how to increase the profitability of your work. And when it comes to other things, I guess it's also the same with when working with with clients who have the same values. It's also easier to then get new opportunities, new projects, and so on, just because your mindset is the same. And yeah, it's I don't know. It's beneficial either way for us and also for our clients. So yeah.
Egle, any experience at your organization at Bitė Lietuva on the innovation or impact from the diversity and inclusion?
Actually, main impact was feeling that you can do more. And of course, we have in our minds that maybe our clients will be afraid what we said. And we made also research that there was more positive outcomes from our clients, not the negatives. So I think that was a great decision, and actually encouraging everyone to think what they can do to have a bigger inclusion in the companies.
Andreas, are there any specific sectors or businesses in the Nordics which are doing the best job, and which sectors should improve, or from your data, from your knowledge, and which are the leading organizations in which areas?
Yeah, so there are significant sort of industry differences, and like I said before, that the bigger companies, the more globally oriented companies, are generally the ones that have taken sort of the biggest initiatives compared to maybe smaller companies. And that's also why I'm trying to emphasize this, that there are different strategies for different organizations. Obviously the same strategies does not apply to a 5-person carpenter company as to a global IT company. It's of course meaningful to sort of scale this. In general, what we see from the Nordic data is that where people experience the most discrimination and harassment is in industries related to manufacturing, and also where the degree of unskilled labor is higher. And I think that shows the fact that we have those data points also show that there are some companies here missing the mark, and some who have to work harder and have to also devise new strategies and new initiatives, because I mean the initiatives that we're discussing here applies to a very specific type of company, and it would be, and I hope that that's some of the results that this new project that we're launching will come up with, and also be able to specify sort of what are the most meaningful initiatives to take. Also, when you compare the different industries to each other. I want to say that the question that we get or that arise from these sort of research pieces that we see is that when being asked, why have you not taken any initiatives to be an LGBT plus inclusive company, or why is it not on your agenda? The main response is that it's not that we don't want to, it's just that it's not relevant here at our place, or we wouldn't know where to start, or if it was relevant. And I think that's sort of that is a point in itself, that the assumption that it's not relevant here also strengthens the idea that this company is not for everybody, so to say. And we also hear that some say that everybody's welcome here. We don't have to take specific initiatives, and that's often leads to this discussion about is this a question of now special rights, and do we have to grant LGBT plus employees special rights, special conditions, these things? But what we see is that it's at the end of the day not really a question about special needs or special rights. It's a question of equal rights. And I mean, do we want a workplace where everybody's able to go to work on an equal footing and do their job and be happy and prosper in their work life? Yes. Okay, then we have to adapt. Then we have to develop measures that take into consideration the fact that the workforce is diverse. Because I mean, as long as you think that, I mean, the workforce is as such diverse, and when you acknowledge that, it becomes a question of equal rights. If you assume that all your employees are the same, then of course the one person not looking like the other, or none of the employees looking like each other will stand out. And I think the perspective here is to change from looking at the person outside the norm and to instead looking at the norms that create the boundaries for how you can be in the workplace. So instead of focusing on making a special arrangement for that employee or that employee, think about it as you want to be an inclusive workplace. What are the things that we need to do? And like I said in the beginning, this diversity lens is good for everybody. That, I mean, going to work at a workplace where somebody has already thought about these things is much better than having to raise your hand every time and say, sorry, can we, there's something here. And that's especially sensitive if you don't have job stability, and if you have a fragile connection to the labor market, and if you're young, and if you're new to the job, and all these things. So it is very much a managerial responsibility also.
Thank you, Andreas. Egle, coming back to you again, because you are in HR, so and you're people ambassador, head of the team. So Do you face any of the quiet quitting phenomenon in your organization and burnouts, because it's quite common nowadays, especially after this pandemic wave we had? And can the diversity and inclusion help in the workplace to feel more safe and secure and fight those burnouts and be more stable?
I think definitely yes, because like colleague said, we need to have equal rights, not necessary to have something special. And for everyone, it's quite important to have a safe space of work, safe workplace, safe colleagues, possibility to have help if you need. So from our perspective, what we see that our employees are feeling not only proud but and calm, and they know that there is someone who is standing for them, and there is no need to describe yourself somehow different. You just can act as you and naturally would like to act. So this definitely helps for mental health for our employees.
How about your organization, Mikos? Do you face those challenges of quiet quitting and burnouts in your organization? And
well, I think that's not an LGBT topic. That's more like work.
But can diversity and inclusion help?
For this, so we have part of our diversity inclusion team. We have also the mental health allies, which are focused basically on giving colleagues opportunity to speak up if they have these burnouts, if they have any mental issues. The same as with LGBT topics, if you hear someone having biases or something like that regarding mental health, then you also can speak up to HR and don't feel any discomfort sort of to hide even your mental status. Like if you are depressed or so, then you have no problems sharing that, so and not to feel any judgment from others, because we hope to raise also the awareness of mental health, and that's something that shouldn't be judged or be a thing that because of that you leave or lose your job. So yeah, it's in the same category as for the sexuality and gender topic.
Thank you. Andreas, back to you. Can you share some best practices of LGBT plus inclusion into the organization? So what are the best practices from the Nordics?
Yes, I want to just reiterate some of them that I've already said. That to update your staff policy and to make it clear how are the what is the situation and what are the rights for your LGBT plus employees, so that it's visible, so that it's easily accessible, and so that they know. And then to seek out help and inspiration from the organizations working with it, from other companies similar to you or different from your own, but seek out help and inspiration, because we see also in the Nordic countries that many companies maybe think it's difficult to start working with this, like you described, but there is the help out there. And then finally, I just want to reaffirm the point about the different strategies. I mean, you need the bottom up, from the colleagues, from the LGBT plus employees, from the allies, and ask them what do they want, what would be meaningful for them, and at the same time having a strong leadership being visible, the leadership being visible about that this is something that matters. This is something that is significant, and I think that is a good that is very much a good place to start. And then also, obviously, as a company, like I said in the beginning, when you have this push and pull with the political level and the governments that you seek out, what are the legislation, the relevant pieces of legislation, what is missing, and how does that affect our employees? Because I mean that is taking responsibility, and also because I mean as the industry also has a responsibility to engage constructively with the political level on these topics. Yeah, so those are some of the recommendations I would say from the Nordic experience.
Very good angle talking about the bottom-up, let's say, process. So. Maybe Mikus, you can share some ideas. I'm sure there are some employers and employees looking at us online as well, not only in the audience. So how to start this movement in the organizations so they actually can start doing more diversity and inclusion topics and implementing some processes and documentation and being visible. What would be your suggestions?
Well, I guess as I said already, you need one proactive person in the company who starts the initiative, and then I don't know if everyone here knows the term agile, but we are trying to work in an agile way. So creating a small team, self-organizing team, which works without any sort of leadership in a seat. That's what we did. So we have 5 to 10 people. We are volunteers, so it's nothing is pushed to be there and do. So that's why I say 5 to 10. Depends on the availability, who joins the meetings, and so. But we have set up weekly meetings to discuss. So as I also said, so. At the beginning of the fiscal year, we meet up to discuss the whole plan for the year, and then during these weekly meetings, then we check up what we do. So we have also a Jira board with tasks and everything. So, but that I guess it's only for like as an IT, as a consulting, we do these project management. Procedures sort of, so we just take them and use them also for our group. Maybe other companies can do it simpler, just having a coffee break or something like that. It depends on the company. I guess everyone can choose their own way how to do that. And we found this was for us the best way, as it easily trackable, One other comment, so as I said, this is voluntary, and in Accenture, this is like one thing the management can use to decide on also promotions. So if you are a colleague who is taking part in these side jobs, sort of you get more visibility in the company basically, and have better chances of growth, sort of like that. You can also take this as a tip or trick. I don't know how to move people, how to push people do stuff, and yeah.
Thank you. And now we open for some questions and comments from the audience. So if you have a question, please raise your hand, and we have one hand there at the end. So please ask, and we'll try to reply.
Ayus, my pronouns are they, them. I'm from the Trans Rights and Mutual Support Association Transautonomija here in Lithuania. And thank you for sharing about the existing initiatives to make your workplaces more inclusive. As Andreas has mentioned also, trans people are not sufficiently protected under the law in Lithuania, and we do hear a lot of experiences of them experiencing discrimination in their workplace. So I wanted to ask you, are there any initiatives or concrete measures that you would like to implement in your workplace in the future, or that you think are important to implement in a workplace to protect transgender employees and make them feel safer? Thank you.
So let's start from the global approach. What do you have in the Nordics? So how do you support the transgender community in the Nordic companies, and what are the best practices?
First, I want to say about the anti-discrimination policy that I think it's important to think about this in a comprehensive way and to strive for having the trans community being explicitly protected against discrimination on the basis of gender identity. And then I want to say, because I don't want to pretend that we have all the solutions in the Nordic countries either, because as I shared with you, we see in our data that the trans community is very much at risk in the work context also. So, but I think in this case it's very relevant for the employers to think, so that are we a trans inclusive workplace? We cannot expect our trans employees to stand up and say, I am trans, I need you to change all these things about the workplace, because it cannot be the individual responsibility, and we cannot demand the individual that we don't change anything until the individual who is the mostly affected by it reaches out. We have to do it in advance. We cannot say that it's not relevant here because we don't have any trans employees. No, but if you haven't made sure that this is a workplace that is safe for trans employees, first of all, of course you don't attract any, and second of all, you might just have some who don't feel comfortable being out. So I think the combination of being proactive, taking responsibility as a company, and at the same time listening to the trans voices, and if there are none vocal in your company, seek out the organizations, because they do know their community, they do know what could be a solution.
Agle, do you have some kind of legislation or support protecting the transgender community?
Actually, just for transgender we do not have, but as I said before, I think that we should treat equally each person, and no matter what gender or sex orientation it is. So from my opinion, if we would have some problems, of course we would support such person and try to find out solutions for him to feel better, but the main thing, we need to treat everyone equally.
Because
for us, I think I also mentioned earlier that we try to be gender neutral regarding also this etiquette description. So we changed that to gender neutral terms. We can also use pronouns in our profiles, so internet profile, to show our pronouns, our gender or trans or whatever. So that's the easiest, I think, way how to support trans people to acknowledge that you can use different kind of pronouns and you shouldn't feel afraid of doing that. And similar also to the partnership law agreement regarding insurance, we are now also discussing gender-affirming operation support from the insurance company. So we are not there yet, but that's an idea we have to accomplish maybe in future.
Andreas?
I just wanted to add one point, inspired by your sort of self-determination policy when it comes to family, that is also something that you could apply in this area. I mean, oftentimes we just look at the employee's legal gender, and then that's what goes into the HR system and all that. But just the idea of making available the self-determination option so that you choose your gender within the HR system, within the company system. That's also something that's very easily implemented. It, as such, does not necessarily have any sort of big, complicated legal challenges but it makes a big difference for the employees, that they are like, okay, whichever legal gender I have on my social security card, in my passport, at my workplace, I can choose myself, and for all the people to whom it's not relevant, that's not a problem. They just choose whatever is in their passport. So yeah, the same self-determination.
Thank you. I think the last question we have, because of the timing.
I'll try to be quick, thanks. My name is Mariano. My pronouns are him, he, him. I'm representing Moody's Lithuania as a country head. Congratulations, Egle, on the benefits for BETA employees, but I'm very curious and perhaps very jealous on how did you resolve the problem on the family and the benefits for parental leave? Do you mean that if there is a same gender partnership, I mean, obviously it's not legal in Lithuania, but if they come from abroad with a kid adopted, will you pay for that parental leave, or how would you deal with that?
We are paying for 2 months. Then, for example, man and woman getting baby, the part mother is staying at home and father has opportunity in Lithuania to have this 2 months. So equally, we are treating if there are 2 women who having a child or adopting, or a transgender person who is adopting. So we are paying for first 2 months from the company.
You declare that as the employee keeps being employed in the payroll?
Yes,
okay.
yes. Actually, he's filling down a special parental leaves vacation, same as other couples doing, and we're paying not Sodra in Lithuania, but employers paying.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, everyone here on the panel. We had quite an intense discussion and lots of questions. Not all of them we were able to touch today, but at least some ideas for the employers and employees listening to us. Ačiū labai visiems klausiusius mus.
Thank you, everyone who listened. We will now have a 30-minute break. We will come back at 12:30 and we'll continue with our presentations. Thank you very much.
Sveiki visi sugrįžę į mūsų antrąją dalį mūsų konferencijos ir tęsime su sekančiu pranešimu. Noriu pristatyti kompaniją Ogilvy Vilnius
The next presentation will be given by the representatives of Ogilvy Vilnius.
Pranešimą, kaip gimė naujoji Baltic Pride
We will hear a presentation on the creation of the new visual identity of Baltic Pride. Let me invite Rūta Baradinskaitė, the Chief Creative of Ogilvy Vilnius, and Rūta Vasiliūtė, the Chief Project Manager of Ogilvy Vilnius. Hello, so you can see our presentation on the screen. I'm very happy to be here with you and talk to you. First, a few words about us. So we are two Rūtas from the advertising agency Ogilvy. Rūta is our creative worker. I'm project manager. We are one of the largest advertising agencies in the Baltic states. Here you can see our team. And now a few words about what we're doing. We don't want to tie you with long speeches, so we thought that the best way to introduce our company would be through a short and funny video.
Tai va, čia mūsų darbų pavyzdžiai, tarp mūsų iš tų didžiųjų ir kasdienių darbų atsiranda ir tokių nebūtinai standartinių darbų, nekomercinių projektų, kur mes galime irgi prisidėti savo kūrybiškumu ir kas be abejo visada labai faina, kad prisidėti prie kažkokių geresnių tikslų, sukurti kažką labai gražaus arba prisidėti prie tam tikrų tikslų pasiekimo. Tai dar vienas fainas trumpas filmukas apie šiuos darbus.
So you will now see another video show illustrating this work that I just mentioned. Well, if we manage to launch it.
Tiek apie mūsų darbus, ką mes veikiam diena iš dienos, bet dabar norim pereiti prie tos dalies, kodėl mes esam čia ir ką mes šiandien jums norim papasakoti. Tai praeitą vasarą, kaip žinot, visi vyko Baltic Pride festivalis ir mes su kolegom nutarėm jame dalyvauti, prisidėti, palaikyti šitą gražią iniciatyvą ir šitą gražų judėjimą, pasidarėm maikutes, pasipuošėm spalvotais atributais ir kartu keliavom, bet tuo pačiu pagalvojom, kad tai turbūt nėra vienintelis būdas, kaip galima prisidėti prie geresnių tikslų ir norim įdėti savo kažką daugiau. O koks geresnis būdas yra nei kad daryti tai, ką geriausiai moki, tai mes nusprendėm, kad tai turbūt yra mūsų rankos ir protai kūrybiškume.
What would be the better way to contribute than through what we do every day, that is through our creativity. So while browsing the internet, we noticed one very important feature of this festival, that is the logo of that festival. That logo had been used for many years, and we thought that it was time to refresh it, to change it.
Komandą ir
So together with our team, we decided to approach the LGL team and to offer our creative minds to LGL. And we were very happy to see that the LGL team agreed with us. They decided to launch this project together with us, and we started thinking what we should focus on, what the emphasis should be. So now we're very happy to share the results. You will now see a short introductory video, and then we'll tell you more about the logo. So you see the elements of a colorful spiral in this logo. They represent playfulness. You also see an interaction between the letter B and P. This means that Pride is present in all the three Baltic countries. We also decided to use all the main Pride colors. This is a symbol of our commonality. So by using all of this, we managed to create a playful, colorful style. So we are preparing for the Baltic Pride events, and we we hope that there will be even more things in 2024. One of the examples would be this colorful postcard. When cooperating with the LGL, we thought that it would be nice to change the logo of LGL. So this logo consists of a circle which symbolizes all the genders, and we have one more ingredient which means that this ingredient is what unites us all, so thank you very much. Thank you to LGL, thank you to the audio studio for the nice music, and once again the video. Thank you.
Ačiū labai Ogilvy už laišką į ateitį ir tikime susitikti. Noriu pristatyti sekantį pranešėją. Tema kurti savo kelią, mokytis iš patirties. Ir pranešėjas bus Luka Konstantin, Western Union skaitmeninės priežiūros komandos analitikas. Welcome.
From Western Union. He's an analyst of the digital review team.
Thank you very much. I'm really happy and excited to be here and honored to be representing such a big company as, as Western Union in this event, talking about a topic that affects me personally and touched me in deep. And what I'm going to talk about today, it's going to be a slightly different kind of presentation because I'm going to be presenting myself. And also which was the journey and the path that got me here, talking about inclusion and working in Western Union particularly. First, something about myself. I'm from Italy. I grew up in a small size village near the Alps. And in that kind of environment, for the first part of my life, the path I had to follow was quite already established. You were seeing things the same way as your peers, you went to the same school, you attended the same lectures, same events. But then I found out that at a certain point that the path starts bifurcating, and then you have to start making your own choices. And then it can become a little hard to find out which is the right direction, because also sometimes those directions are the one you choose. For example, I'm a law student. I chose to study law and start this journey. But at the same time, there are other choices that come from a deeper place inside of you. Like, for example, the fact that I'm gay came from a way deeper place inside of me. And after I followed this common path, it was like one of the most challenging things in my life, to understand where I wanted to go and which direction to take. And also this same self-acceptance was for me the same, a path inside a path. And I believe that kind of path has to be followed by anybody, not matter from the gender identity or sexual orientation. But also I believe that kind of crisis has a precious value because it makes you rethink about everything that you've been through until that point and start and give you the courage of making your own choices and look at things in a different way, in a completely different way from the one that you were doing before, and you start looking for new solutions. And for example, coming here to Lithuania was a choice that I made in the building of this path. And also, I understood that there are various things that help you empower yourself. For example, the people you're surrounded by, your colleagues, for example, in the workplace. The impact that they have in giving you a bigger level of energy or putting you down is fundamental, in my opinion. And also the fact you care about myself and my mental well-being was a major fact for me in order to develop and always look for improvement. And then I would like to talk about my employer, Western Union, but first talking about let's say not inspirational story about my background as an employee. That was, for example, being a waiter. It was a nice experience, and there I understood that's the kind of workplace that I want to be in, and what can a non-inclusive workplace mean for an LGBT employee. In that kind of workplace, you were on your own. As it was said by the inspirational speeches that I heard before, all the weight was on your shoulders. You had to deal with such issues by yourself. And all the tensions that you were putting in dealing with this kind of issue was kept away from the way you worked. And so you were always afraid to make mistakes. And the tension was increasing, and eventually the result was that you were breaking more glasses, let's say, as an example, for me. And in that, and since it occupies a major part of my time, I want an employer to be inclusive. I don't want an employer to be like my family, because I believe there are two different things, and they have to be well separated. But I want my employer to recognize the effort that I put in my job on a daily basis and make it valuable. Also, about inclusion, which is the main topic of this conference, I believe that this term has a wide range of meanings. It is utopistic, but it's also necessary at the same time. It is a word of common sense. Everybody wants to feel included. But nevertheless, it creates political division, because also it acquires a meaning only when you accompany it to what you want to include or not to include. Being a foreigner in Vilnius, for example, was my first challenge. I also volunteer for NGO, which promotes cultural exchanges and educational exchanges between high school students. And we always, during our training sessions, tell students the importance of being aware of the fact that going to another country can be quite shocking, because you find yourself in a completely different environment, people are different, and also the rules that rule the society are different. So you have to adapt, to create a new life from scratches. And in that situation, finding somebody that takes you by your hand and accompany you in your journey is of major importance. And, for example, working at Western Union, that's the first thing I noticed as a normal employee. See, I'm an analyst, a financial analyst, and on the onboarding experience, I noticed that I was accompanied, literally, in every step of my work. I knew who to rely on if I had any situation in which I was uncomfortable. I understood that there are several committees that deal also with diversity inclusion, such as the diversity inclusion committee, indeed. And I knew that I didn't have to worry about that weight on my shoulder there. That in my workplace I could be myself without having to worry, to feel tension, to hide something, to hide some part of me. And also, I believe that the most important thing that an employer can do for an LGBT employee is to make him feel extraordinary without making him feel an exception. It's not about creating a separate space based on the diversity, but it's about getting everybody on board and going to the same direction. I never felt any different because of my sexual orientation during my 6 months working in Western Union, because also a company that works worldwide and has so many agent locations in all the countries knows for sure that diversity is something that can enrich yourself. It's not something to be afraid of. That every person that comes from a different background can bring to the company a different way to look at things and to make the company evolve as well. And the fact that everybody is different then becomes a precious resource that has to be valued and encouraged. Sexual orientation, I would say it's an important private matter of my life, as for everybody, or a sensitive information, if we speak in a GDPR terms. But I would lie if I told you that this part of myself did not have an echo on the way that I approach to people and approach to my work colleagues, to the outer world in general. And if that part is not taken care of enough, then of a lot of chances of improvement and self-growth would get lost. My advice for a modern employee is, in fact, to follow another path, not the one that I've followed coming here, but the one that Europe is setting, about a society which includes more and more people, a society that protects people, especially the most fragile ones, a society that is not afraid of difference, because difference means only enrichment. And it's about that. It's about making sure also that all the doors are opened and all the employees, no matter for their gender identities or their sexual orientations, know that they can embrace every possibility that the company has for them, and they can grow and no doors are shut up for them. And for example, for me, a non-related, let's say, LGBT element that I found in my workplace, but that allowed me also to express all of my, or myself, was for sure the flexible schedules, for example, that I was granted as a worker, because it allows me also to be a student, that is a part of my life, and to be a worker, and to express all of my passions and choose where I want to go in my life without having to be worried about anything. And I would like also to conclude my speech quoting a part of a book that I encountered in my high school journey. It was one of the assignments that you hardly want to just swallow and move on after the test. But then it acquired a new total meaning for me. And I believe that a lot of people could rely on it, since it best defines and synthesizes why everybody's self-expression is so fundamental. Even though I am one, I am not simply one. I have a self, and I'm related to this self as my own self. This self is by no means an illusion. It makes itself heard by talking to me. I talk to myself. I'm not only aware of myself. And in this sense, though I'm one, I am two in one, and there can be harmony on disharmony with the self. If I disagree with other people, I can walk away. But I cannot walk away from myself. If I do wrong, I'm condemned to live together with a wrongdoer in an unbearable intimacy. So what this quote has to mean with me? It means that, in the end, workplace is inclusive and make you feel included if the person that your colleagues sees in every day at work is the same person that you see in the mirror when you wake up. And also, I believe that that means that the importance for everybody to shine of their own light, because then the path that we all walk in common becomes a little bit brighter. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for a personal touch and a personal story. I think these type of stories inspire usually the people best, because when you see the people who actually are going through the processes and challenges, this inspires everybody, including people who are looking at us. Thank you very much, Luka. So I would like to continue, and we switch now back to Lithuanian. Grįžtam prie lietuvių kalbos ir sekantis pristatymas bus apie visą projektą Kryptis įsidarbinimas, kurį pristatys Monika Antanaitytė, nacionalinės LGBT teisų organizacijos LGL projektų vadovė.
The National LGBT Rights Organization LGL project manager.
Because majority of questions on why Lithuanian Gay League organized IT courses stemmed from Lithuanian speakers. Tai trumpas atsakymas, kodėl LGL organizavo IT kursus, tai todėl, kad tai buvo mūsų projekto Kryptis įsidarbinimas dalis.
This was the part of the project Direction Employment, and that's why we organized IT courses. Another reply is that 55% of LGBT individuals feel discriminated in various life areas. That's why we, as an organization representing LGBT, have to take all the measures so that LGBT individuals feel enabled and safe.
This project
was supported by the Youth Support Foundation, and it was being also implemented in Iceland, Bulgaria, Slovenia, Norway, and other countries. The objective of this presentation is first of all to respond why this project, the access of which were the IT training course, why this was necessary. We should recognize that some institutions indeed tried to limit us to some extent, and I do not want to go into differentiation of affirmative action. I can only mention that the result was that we have managed and we have implemented this project. We are implementing it successfully, and not only LGBT individuals, but also many other not working or unemployed and not studying young individuals belonging to vulnerable groups. So what are the sectors that we are targeting? First of all, these are youth unemployment, ICT sector specialist need, then variety and inclusion, the need to encourage that, and the lack of women in the ICT sector. We see the statistics that at the EU level we have managed to cut youth unemployment, but what happened was the COVID pandemics, and the situation of unemployment among young people grew. Over 22% of young people aged under 25 years were unemployed in 2020. Youth unemployment actually started back in 2008 during the global financial crisis. Indeed, the institutions wanted to react to this problem, but the decrease of the indicator was also impacted by the COVID-19 pandemics. We see that the level of unemployment of young people is twice as big as the general unemployment level, and also the labor market is not stable due to COVID-19, while the equal opportunities are not implemented on the market sufficiently in respect of the vulnerable people. Now, regarding digital economy and the overall basic digital level, we are on the average scale in Europe, but it's not enough to be like that because the need for experts is increasing significantly. In Europe, we have 50 million low qualification or unqualified employees. 70% of companies state that low supply of qualified people is the factor deterring them from investments in our country. 15% of business leaders communicate that they need to increase the qualification of existing employees. Now, what about the investment into people's knowledge and qualifications and health? As we see, the situation is sad. This investment is quite low. Regarding the ICT, the need for ICT specialists, the need is increasing and supply is not in line with the demand. At the European Commission level, within the period of 10 years, the Commission has set itself an objective to have 20 million specialists in Europe and to contribute to digital transformation in all member states. Now, we have another EU-level measure. We are speaking not only about requalification or qualification upgrading, but also in this objective we see the attempts to decrease discrimination factors, and this is alleviated by inclusion and diversity principles. The need to increase the inclusion of vulnerable people in Europe are the following: gender and gender identity, ethnic ethnic origins, LGBTI identity, refugees or asylum seekers or migrants, sole parents or people with disabilities. We have to look at that through a different lens, through a transsectoral lens, in order to deal with questions of vulnerable groups. The research there was a research carried out the State of European Tech 2019, and it reflects the problematics of discrimination through the lens of discriminated and non-discriminated groups. Women feel rather discriminated in the ICT sectors. Non-discriminated people believe that the ICT sector is not sufficiently inclusive. According to the data of this research, we see that women occupy quite a low number of high-ranking positions in this sector. Now, gender-based discrimination, in the opinion of respondents, is one of the most frequent forms of discrimination. We have another illustration. What other groups feel not included in the ICT sector? And these are non-binary people, LGBTQA+, and women. What are the solutions to this? According to the data of this study, the most visible measure is investments into education and training. With this project, we offered a solution, the three-level solution, which responds to the question of youth unemployment or the lack of qualified employees in the ICT sector, as well as the question of contributing to the increase of variety and inclusion in Europe. How is our project different from others? As we can see, ICT qualifications are proposed by the employment organizations and other organizations. Our objective was to increase the digital competences of the young people from vulnerable groups. We also have to work with career planning issues, that is the soft skills, and also raise awareness about legal remedies. During this project, I delivered the training on the human rights and, in general, what legal mechanisms that we have can offer people when they experience discrimination. Now, regarding the direction employment, that was an experimental educational model which can empower vulnerable groups and respond to the specific needs of vulnerable groups. As we know that the education model was supplemented with partnerships with the private sector and also with the quality and quantity impact measurement measures. In this project, we tried to involve 450 young individuals under 29. In Lithuania, almost 60 participants graduated from this program. We had 3 training courses within 3 years, and our training program, differently from all other existing programs in Lithuania, covered was spread over 3 IT areas, so people could test themselves at the front end or back end programming or web design. None of the Lithuanian programs existing in Lithuania could offer that. Now, what about the indicators? 52% of training participants become economically active. 75% of paid employees of training participants are now think they have better employment opportunities than before the training, and 55% of the employers of the participants of the project were women, including transgender women. This program has no equivalence in Lithuania as far as we know. Within a short period of time, people could test themselves in various IT areas, and at the end of the course, we carried out a project evaluation. We granted the course graduation certificates of 2 levels so that all the participants feel motivated enough. Some people don't discover themselves in front end or back end programming, but discover themselves in design, web design. That's why we try to motivate everyone and issue certificates of completion of the course. Also, we organize the human rights and equal opportunities training. We also organize meetings with IT professionals, and we would like to thank people who participated in this initiative and inspired our participants. It is also noteworthy that the course was not targeted at STEM profile participants. That is, it was not only for those having the mathematical or technological knowledge. These are people who, these could be people who actually have the humanitarian education, but they could try their abilities in the IT sector. We also had other challenges. People from vulnerable groups require additional attention, and that's why it was very important for us to create an inclusive and safe environment for our participants. The fact that we were successful means that this project will be continued, although in other forms. Out of 13 organizations that won the philanthropic initiative Google Impact Challenge, LGL is one of them, and we will be continuing the project for 3 years. We involved in the target group not only unemployed and unemployed youth under 29 that is not studying anywhere, but also other vulnerable people that suffered as a result of the COVID pandemics. In the new course, we have involved approximately 120 participants by now. And of course, the video always illustrates the text and is much clearer. That's why please watch a brief video about the results of our project.
Visiems, aš Erika, man 27. Laisvalaikio aš domiuosi psichologija, žaidžiu rankinį ir prieš metus laiko pradėjau domėtis IT sritim. Pagrindus išmokau ir dabar jau žinau, kurią sritį galiu tiesiai eiti. Šiuose kursuose labiausiai save atradau frontendo srity ir labai norėčiau gilintis labiau į tą sritį. Kursų metu buvo dėstomi dalykai tokie kaip žmogaus teisės ir aš manau, kad tai buvo labai svarbus dalykas visiems apie tai daugiau sužinoti. Taip pat karjeros planavimas. Man svarbu, kad į šios kursus buvo įtraukta labai daug įvairių žmonių ir tai buvo sudėtinė kursų dalis.
Naujausia ES pagrindinių teisų agentūros atlikto tyrimo duomenimis net 51% LGBTIQ respondentų pripažįsta nesantis atviri darbe. Tuo tarpu net 55% LGBTIQ respondentų sako, jog yra patyrę diskriminaciją. Tam, kad žmogus ir visuomenė gebėtų kovoti su diskriminacija ir įvairiomis jos formomis, pirmiausia svarbu gebėti jas atpažinti. Todėl labai džiaugiuosi, jog projektas Kryptis įsidarbinimas atvėrė galimybę jauniems žmonėms ne tik įgyti labai aktualių IT kompetencijų, bet ir susipažinti su labai konkrečiomis teisių gynimo priemonėmis bei įrankiais.
Džiaugiuosi mūsų projekto rezultatais. Kursuose dalyvavo 60 studentų, iš kurių dalis priklauso LGBTIQ bendruomeniai ir tai yra puikus rodiklis, kadangi iš savo patirties žinau, kaip sunku būti savimi darbo vietoje, o dar blogiau neatsiskleisti dėl savo orientacijos, kadangi tada ir keičiasi gyvenimo kokybė ir taip pat nukenčia darbo rezultatai. Todėl aš manau, kad šitie kursai įkvėps mūsų studentus ieškoti tinkamos erdvės, bendraujant su tarptautiniais ir vietiniais darbdaviais, su įmonėm. Pastebėjome, kad yra pakankamai nemažai jų, kurie pasiruošę ir pasiryžę priimti mūsų studentus. Taip pat noriu pabrėžti, kad turėjom puikią progą išbandyti kompetencijas mūsų studentės, kurie paruošė išmanią programėlę Baltic Pride. Ir aš manau, kad tai įrodymas, kad ateityje mes turėtume daugiau dirbti ir su studentais, ir su įmonėm ir pabrėžti, kad būti savimi darbo vietoje tai yra vienas iš privalumų ir dovana, kurią galėsime turėti Lietuvoje.
Thank you, Monica. I believe this is a great project. We need to recognize the need for IT sector employees. I can confirm it from my experience, and I believe that this project, which is focused on vulnerable groups, including LGBTI, should continue. We will now start the last part of our conference. We will hear remote presentations. First, a presentation from the US that will be given by Frank Hope, Strategic Staffing Solutions Operations Manager, and Tracy Kenty from Strategic Staffing Solutions. She is the Senior Vice President of Human Resources.
Somewhere else?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Hello, everyone.
Thank you very much for your time, and the stage is yours, so we're listening to you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Frank Hope again, Operations Manager for Strategic Staffing Solutions. I'm accompanied by Ms. Tracy Kenty, our Senior Vice President for Human Resources. It is an extreme honor and pleasure to be a part of such an historic event. Thank you all. Good morning. We're going to go over our S3 Workplace Diversity and Inclusion at a glance. We think it's important to share this information from our company standpoint about just the basic greetings and the basic camaraderie of just a simple introduction. And I'll go into more detail a little bit later about that. But Ms. Tracy Kenty will start us off with our presentation. Thank you all. Good morning.
Thank you. So happy to be here. As Frank mentioned, it is an honor and a privilege. I had the awesome opportunity to be in Lithuania around this time last year. It was April, and I had an amazing visit, and I hope to return soon. At Strategic Staffing Solutions, diversity, equity, and inclusion and belonging is very important to us. Our overall aim is for all people to feel supported, valued, and that they belong. 8% of people in the United States openly identify as LGBTQ. That's more than 25 million people, and 88% of those people are employed. In 2020, the US Supreme Court ruled that federal law would protect LGBTQ workers. This is landmark, and it has changed the LGBTQ rights in the workplace and for companies. When people feel comfortable and that they can bring their authentic selves to the workplace, companies thrive, and the culture and financially, there's a boost in what we can do together when we support one another. It's important to learn about people's backgrounds and interests, and we don't ever want people to feel that they're being isolated or they're not a part of what we're doing and the amazing works that we do in the workplace. Connection is very important in the work environment for employees to feel like there's a togetherness and there's bond and safety and security. Everybody wants to feel safe and secure and that they have support. The diverse and inclusive culture where we work at Strategic Staffing Solutions, which we call S3, provides a space for all employees to have the same opportunities to do their best work, to feel supported and valued, and to bring their uniqueness. Everybody is different and unique, and we encourage people to bring their uniqueness and who they are to the workplace. When people aren't supported, they don't feel heard or accepted for who they are. We never want to foster that type of environment. Studies show that productivity decreases and innovation suffers when people do not feel accepted or heard. People won't show up to do their best selves and to show themselves if they're not supported. Workers and companies are robbed of growth and opportunities if we don't do the positive things in the workplace. How does S3 support? At S3, we encourage everyone to have a voice. Everyone is seen. We ask people and we expect people to show up and to be their true selves. S3 supports and encourages and values each individual for who they are. We foster a sense of belonging no matter how different the background, the race, the gender, or the values from peer to peer. Data shows that 56% of an increase happens in job performance when people feel supported, and 50% drop in turnover and risk when people feel supported. And there's a 75% reduction in sick days when people feel like they are supported, valued, that they belong, and that they have something to bring to the workforce. So here's a couple of tips to foster belonging and inclusion in the workplace. Provide training. Conduct training on inclusivity and diversity. Open people's minds, teach them more. Encourage new ways to talk to one another. And this should happen just in normal conversation and in the meeting section, during business meetings. Encourage new ways to talk to one another. Listening is vitally important. We should understand one another. So when we have our conversations, we shouldn't just talk. We should listen to other people and hear who they are and really feel who they are and support them. Everybody in the workplace wants to be heard and needs to be heard. Thank you for allowing me to present. And now Frank will go into some other information regarding gender identity and terms and pronouns. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning and afternoon again. My name is Frank Hope, Operations Manager for S3. And I thought it'd be really important, since it's the first conference, to just go over some of the initial greetings and discuss some pronouns and just some glossary terms that the LGBTQIA community uses. So first, I wanted to go over just what pronouns actually mean to the community. Pronouns are how we identify ourselves apart from just our name, and when we're speaking to other people. And pronouns also just affirms someone's identity. And just some across the border pronouns when introducing yourself. If your expression is a little bit more feminine, it could be she, her, hers, and masculine will be he, him, his, and then gender neutral will be they, them, their, and we'll jump into that a little bit later. And for an example, hello, my name is Frank Hope. I work for Strategic Staffing Solutions. My pronouns is he, him, his, sometimes she. Okay, so we're going to jump right into gender identity. Gender identity is one of its own identity, sense of self in their gender, whether that is a man, woman, neither, or both. Unlike gender expression, gender identity is not outward, it's visible to others. Then we're going to jump to gender expression. Gender expression is how a person presents outward through behavior, clothes, voice, or perceived characteristics. They're standard kind of characteristics that applies to you from a masculine or feminine side based on the culture you've been a part of. So it can vary what gender expression may mean to a certain community. Non-binary. Non-binary is a term that we use for people to describe themselves or genders as fitting into categories for man and woman. A range of terms are used, but it's usually an umbrella term that allows someone to not identify as a man or woman or extremely masculine or feminine. Going into agender. Agender is a person that chose to decide that they don't want to be classified as either. They want to be classified as them, they, or their. Yes. Jumping into another identity term. Transgender, or simply trans, is an adjective used to describe someone whose gender identifies differ from the sex assigned at birth. Okay, so that example would be a transgender man would be described as a woman that was initially born female, but whose gender identity has changed to become male. Cisgender, or simply cis, is an adjective that describes a person whose gender identity aligns with the sex that they were assigned at birth, which essentially means that they remain the same sex they were born with. Sexual orientation is really one of the most interesting pieces, in my opinion, because everyone doesn't choose to explicitly say sexual orientation and apply it to their identity. It's usually associated with either the LGBTQIA community or is not communicated at all in the straight community. A straight person wouldn't say my sexual orientation. It's usually stamped on our community when it applies to all. Everyone has a sexual orientation. It's all about the physical, romantic, and emotional attraction to a member of the same or other genders, including lesbian, gay, bisexual, and straight orientations. Intersex is an umbrella term used for people with differences in the reproductive anatomy, chromosomes, or hormones that do not fit typical definition of male and female. And I hope that we're all a little familiar with gender and sex. It's the information you fill out on your health form card. It's the terms that we are initially introduced with at birth. Gender is usually assigned right with the anatomy that you're born with. That's your gender. And then sex is also referred to a person's biology status and typically assigned at birth as well. It's usually that external anatomy that you wouldn't be able to, identify just from looking at a person. That is simply the most broad terms that the LGBTQIA community uses. And I thought it was really important to share this during our first, huge conference to support the workforce and be inclusive of everybody that works. And the most simplest way for everybody to know and understand each other is to introduce yourself, communicate. And with closing, my name is Frank Hope. My pronouns is he, him, sometimes she. Thank you all. We really, really appreciate the opportunity in being able to do this. The information is extremely helpful, and hopefully it helps guide you all into the next steps in this process, and this growth.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank. Thank you, Tracy. I hope you can have a great morning today, a longer day for you, but thank you, really appreciate your insights and inputs to ourselves.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our partners and our speakers who were on stage here, who participated in the discussions, who presented their comments and ideas. I would also like to invite all the remote participants who are watching us on TV3.lt to come back at 3 p.m. In this room, here at the hotel, there will be an enterprise fair. We will have representatives of various companies. If you did not have courage to come here until now, you can do that in the afternoon. You can come and talk to the companies. They will tell you about the opportunities they offer here in Lithuania. So now let me thank all of those who were here, who listened. Thank you very much, and let's meet over lunch. Have a nice afternoon.
Hi, everyone. So I am Mikos Ozos from Accenture Baltics, today representing both Latvia and Lithuania. I'm really honored to be here to show our story, how we work with gender balance, which is the keystone actually for us for diversity topic. And how we are empowering women to start career in IT. Okay. Yeah. So Baltic countries are very small, as we know. In Latvia, less than 2 million people, and in Lithuania, it's a bit more than 2.5. But demand for IT specialists is very high than the number of talent we have in our labor market. We are hiring local people. A lot of people are relocating to Baltics from abroad, but very big part of our new joiners are junior people or people who are upscaling and rescaling. Accenture Baltics are organizing lectures and supporting various activities for schools. We also have very close cooperation with the largest universities in Latvia and Lithuania. Again, we are organizing guest lectures, hackathons, supporting social communities. We are doing that with aim to grow the interest of IT industry and of IT industry and what job opportunities are in this field. So in future, we might have more people who are choosing and joining IT. However, for many years, we are organizing IT trainings, boot camps for upscaling audience, people who have little experience in IT, but not enough to get a job to apply for experienced role. And for about 4 years, we are now running a project for rescaling audience program She Goes Tech. So this is a program only for women without any previous knowledge or experience in IT. So, as much as we can, we tell inspirational and success stories from our own talents, how they change their career and how IT industry can be attractive and exciting for everyone. A lot of stories and interviews are published in social media, leading news portals. We have organized meetups, excursions to office, an open door day as well. And of course, She Goes Tech, bootcamp training programs, internship and internal training development program called Hack My Career. And more about those programs later in the slides. So what is She Goes Tech? She Goes Tech project is a reskilling project for women. Might be one of the largest, if not the biggest, in Baltics. We are inviting women to apply for programming basic course where no previous knowledge or experience in IT is required. Trainings are happening during evenings, about for 3 months, in English and online. Competition is very stiff. We receive much more applications than we can accept for the training. She Goes Tech project is organized 2 to 3 times per year, and we are selecting candidates with good English skills, good analytical skills, and also those who have great motivation to learn and potentially might want to start new career in IT. Education is preferred in economics, finance, or similar field, but we have plenty of good experiences where people with education in arts have succeeded in changing and fast growth in IT, changing their career and fast growth in IT. She Goes Tech project is organized with an aim to give women free of charge opportunity to try and empower joining them in IT. The project is organized together with Women Go Tech in Lithuania and Riga Tech Girls in Latvia. These are organizations that are helping girls and women learn the basics of computer programming and develop digital literacy skills. Women who finish She Goes Tech project are invited to join Accenture Bootcamp. Here you see the link where you can find more information regarding She Goes Tech. There is also a calendar about upcoming trainings, potential where you can apply. And also, if you have any questions, you can ask them here. Next, what is Bootcamp? So Bootcamp is another training program that Accenture Baltics is running, and it is organized for people that already has some knowledge and experience in IT. For bootcamps, we invite not only She Goes Tech project absolvants, graduates, but everyone who is willing to start a career in IT and join Accenture. Within bootcamp program, we have around 20 different programs for all specialty tracks that Accenture provides. Organized also 2 to 3 times per year, and trainings are happening in English, online, and mainly during daytime because they are full day trainings. Exception is, of course, She Goes Tech project graduates. We offer some evening groups for them, as She Goes Tech project participants usually continue working on their current job while attending Accenture trainings. We aim to assemble bootcamp groups with half male and female participants. We have strong support from business, and we are strictly following that. And after bootcamp is over, for best graduates, we offer paid internship for 3 to 6 months. And here again, we aim to accept at least half male and half female interns. So here again, a link to bootcamp. Here you also can find information, more information about the project, also calendar. Unfortunately, now we are already finalizing our season, so next one is coming up in summer. So you can sign up for reminder to join if you wish. And again, if any questions, then you can also reach out to this page and ask them there. What is Hack My Career? So after this internship, best talents are hired as juniors, developers, consultants, or specialists, and you might think that the training is over, but no. All talents who are hired for junior roles, but who doesn't have any education in IT, are enrolled in an internal academical training program for about 1 year, where lecturers from University of Latvia and Vilnius Technical University are teaching our talents basics of IT. General knowledge, what each high-level IT talent must know. When joining the program, talents are hired on junior analyst career level, that is equal to associate level, and completing this training, people automatically reach analyst level on the go during this training year, our juniors have chance to increase salary zone by zone if all required trainings are completed on quarterly basis. Yep. So together, how much time does it take? Some would say a lot, 2 years, if everything goes smoothly. But yeah, after those 2 years, you are working in a great company. So it's a worth thing to think about. And we are doing a lot to grow interest about IT and grow our own IT talents, and it's worth it. As you can see, we have around 7,000 women applicants, 1,500 trainees, then 400 interns, and yeah, you can see the rest of the numbers here. And the last slide, we are proud that in Baltics, 50+% new joiners are women, and we are increasing this number. Thank you very much for your attention. If any questions, I'm here, but if not, then you can go to the web pages.
Dabar maloniai kviečiame konferencijos dalyvius susitikti su Western Union bei Alliance for
invite conference participants to meet representatives of Western Union and Alliance for Recruitment for individual advice, for individual career advice. Thank you very much.